Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at #BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, Over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats, and staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
Your story is powerful. Your brand is valuable. Your business deserves to be seen, heard, and followed. The Black Business Olympics has given you the stage, showcasing Black entrepreneurs speaking on stage, networking, and leading their businesses. Now, let's take your business even further. With the Black Business Olympics logo and clips of past events and inspiring speakers, we celebrate the power of visibility and the impact of your unique story. Introducing 5-Star BDM's exclusive video creation services designed to transform your Black Business Olympics appearance into a powerful marketing tool. Our dynamic approach includes behind-the-scenes shots of video editing, branding consultations, and social media marketing. We take your business story and turn it into a high-impact video that attracts clients, builds trust, and opens doors to new business opportunities. With polished content, testimonials, and high-energy graphics, your brand will shine brighter than ever. Our process is simple and effective. Step 1. We extract the best moments from your Black Business Olympics speech. Step 2. We craft a compelling branded video with your business details, call to action, and testimonials. Step 3. You receive ready-to-share professional content for social media, websites, and email marketing. With our AI-enhanced video marketing strategies, your message reaches the right audience at the right time, so your business grows while you lead. Hear from successful entrepreneurs who have worked with 5-Star BDM. After working with 5-Star BDM, my brand awareness skyrocketed. My Black Business Olympics talk became my #1 lead generator. The video they created gave me the confidence to pitch my business to major investors. Game-changing service. These testimonials showcase the transformative power of our services and the success that follows. Your business is your legacy. Your story matters. Let's make it unforgettable. Use your videos to land deals, grow your online presence, and dominate your industry. The message is clear. Get your custom video today. Visit 5starbdm.com. 5-Star BDM. We build 5-star brands that people will follow. Are you ready to be next? Email Black Business Network for your special pricing.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to hayti.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FaveUniteTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is common.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success?
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, good day, everyone. I want to welcome all of our business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, and I am your business moderator for this day on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And today I will be your speaker, and I want to talk to you about something that's very, very important to me, and that is in the area of personal branding. I have been in personal branding for a number of years and have been recognized as a top 3 in the world on personal branding by Thinkers 360, and also a top branding guru by Branding Gurus in 2025. And I want to bring that to your attention because I want to bring that expertise to your table while as you are listening and why this would be important For what a lot of people don't understand, and this is from my perspective, my definition, is that personal branding is a vehicle. It is something that you utilize to get you to a destination. Typically, that destination is going to be in the area of career development and business development. This is the purpose of personal branding. When you look at it from a business perspective or a corporation, why do they brand? They utilize their brand in order to sell their product and their services. When you look at that from the human lens or your own personal lens, right, you're utilizing a personal brand in order to achieve a business goal or a career development goal. That should be the purpose. Now, here's a tidbit or a fact that a lot of people don't realize or don't want to acknowledge, is that you already have a brand. And what does that mean? No matter what you're doing, you have a brand. A brand, actually, what it is, it's not so much absolutely what you're doing, it's the perception that others have about yourself, your personal reputation or your personal career or your business. It is in the eye of the beholder, as they say about beauty. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So when someone thinks about yourself, when someone looks you up, whether on search or social, or now with answer engines like ChatGPT or Claude, Perplexity, Gemini, Copilot, I could keep going on and on. These are the ways that people are getting information. They're getting information about yourself, and they're drawing conclusions. They're drawing perceptions about you without you even being in the room. So when they, I would say, when they gain this information about you, they're going to then get an idea of what you are about. And that is your brand. And if you're not intentional about curating that brand and that brand image, then they're going to draw conclusions or perceptions about you that may not be aligned with your actual career, your actual business, and who you are in the world. This is very, very important because you can get information instantaneously these days. There is no barrier of entry for information. And as it used to be, where someone had to go through extra hoops to get information about you. Now it's just in a click of a mouse. They can find information. So what do I do from a personal brand perspective is that I curate that story. I curate that personal story for anyone that would be interested in looking up Grant McGaw. So if you put in a Google search for Grant McGaw, I already know exactly the information that you're going to receive because I have curated it. And the search engines are very, very good on getting information about you, especially on social media platforms, because they just dominate in what you call the domain authority in their particular space. So when you look me up, you're going to get information from LinkedIn. You're going to get information from my website. You're going to get information from different press releases that I have done, whether they're on Cision or Yahoo Finance or many other publications that I have been featured in. And I have done that intentionally around my brand. So I know exactly what people are going to receive from me, whether you're, again, using search, you're using social, or now even in these AI engines. If you, and I encourage you to do this right now. Type in Grant McGaw, McGaugh, in your AI search engine, or your, call it answer engine, your LLM, large language model, whatever you prefer. A lot of people, which is really the widely adopted technology in ChatGPT, you ask it about Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, and it's going to give you several different paragraphs about some of the things that I've done, what I am known for, my business and services, my personal story. All that information is going to come up. And if you can't do the same for yourself, you are doing yourself a disservice, right? Because this is the absolute way that people will look you up and then gaining a perception that if I'm going to give this person some of my time, am I going to give this person some of my money? This is very, very important today because I leapfrog a lot of different opportunities that come my way because I know people will use search and social to find out more information about my business and what I do. So when I come into the office and I sit down with them, I don't have to go through a lot of like who you are and have to define myself. I've already self-defined myself. Now it's a matter of is can I live up to that billing? Am I authentic in who I am? And like, oh yeah, he's exactly what they said he was. That's your brand. It's almost like when you get a bottle of Coca-Cola, right? Some soda, right? You expect a certain flavor when you consume that beverage. It's the same type of thing, right? So there's an expectation that when you set up your personal brand, that you're going to deliver on that brand or even exceed the expectation or perception that they have of you. I hope I have made that pretty clear of what personal brand is, meaning its use, its tool. It is a tool in which I leverage for career development and business development. Now, I want you to understand again, and especially when I'm done speaking with you this morning, why is it important? I think I've kind of nailed it already about why it is important. Speed to market is king. Speed to market. So you want to accelerate your opportunities. That is one of the benefits of a personal brand, that you can accelerate that opportunity. I use social selling for that particular point. I've become available to a wider audience. I've expanded my reach beyond my normal bounds just as a single entity. As a person, I now operate not only in my personal office right now in Omaha, Nebraska, but also Miami, Florida, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, and then, of course, internationally as well. These are important aspects when you realize that you can take a single entity and expand it exponentially. This is one of the benefits of a personal brand, to expand your reach. Now we get into something that's very, very important. And I want you to understand this, that personal branding, especially from a career development standpoint, is your most valuable asset. Start looking at this as an asset class, right? Intellectual property. Intellectual property has a financial component to it. So it's an assessment. Think about this. You have a beverage. I'll go back to my Coca-Cola analogy, right? So you might have two bottles of Coke, let's just say, or a beverage on the table. If they did not have a label at all, either one, you did not exactly know who made it, and they were pretty much very similar when you looked at it, as far as what a bottle of soda would look like. But when you put that label of Coca-Cola on that left bottle, what is the value now that goes up? What is all of that? That's intellectual property. That's copyright. That's trademark. If you can copyright what you're doing from a personal brand perspective, if you can trademark what you're doing from a personal brand perspective, if you develop intellectual property or the things that you've developed from a content strategy, now you're not just a commodity in the marketplace. You have a voice in the marketplace. You're going to be chosen more than someone else that doesn't have any label at all on them. I hope I'm making that pretty crystal clear. You do not want to be a commodity in your chosen field that you're looking to influence. This is very, very important. So when you know how to express your personal brand, you know how to nurture your personal brand, you know how to uncover the brand qualities that you have, this is going to get you further down the road to your ultimate goal in career and business development. Going back to further define this even more in the personal brand perspective, as we unfold it, right? What are the components of it, right? What does it consist of? And remember what I said, the purpose of it is to differentiate yourself from the competition. So you no longer are a commodity in the commodity zone, right? You're a premium brand, and you have a premium character that goes along with that. You want to be able to demonstrate your competence. It should be seen. A lot of people, I know when they're graduating, and this was kind of the playbook, right? When you finally, let's say you got out of high school, you got out of college, you got out of your a master's program or a doctorate program, right? Now you have this piece of paper, you've got a resume, right? And you've got a CV, but now you're in a field, well, instead of being in a field of 100 million potential workers, right? You're in a field of maybe 10 million. 10 million people is a lot of people. How do you further differentiate yourself from that field? Because I tell you, a lot of people have a PhD. Just go and Google that. How many people have a PhD in America? You'd be like, wow, so I'm competing with all these people. A lot of people have an MBA, right? A lot of people have an graduate degree, so on and so forth. How do you further differentiate yourself and package yourself in a different way? So if you're just walking outside and looking for a job just with a resume, or just with your CV, right? Or just with a curated bio, right? And you have some type of social media presence, but you haven't curated it, you're at a complete disadvantage at this point, because that does not state a digital story. Where is your story? Where is it available, right? How are you personifying your charisma? How do people know who you are, what you do, and why you're special, without then having to go through the process of bringing you in for an interview, right? Because at that point, you haven't differentiated yourself. How are you going to get the call to get the interview? Think about that. Or even in the business setting, how is someone going to differentiate you and bring you in to have a business discussion about the product and services that you have, if you haven't curated a positive story before they even are thinking about this? This is very, very important to understand. Again, what is a personal brand and what is it used for? Because I guarantee you, without a personal brand, you are that commodity in the marketplace. You are that bottle of Coke with no label on it at all, and nothing differentiates you. There's no story behind this. And one of my mentors pointed this out for me to truly understand this when you're going about how do you create this personal brand, right? He said, you must start with your point of view. What is your point of view around the product or service that you're presenting to the marketplace, right? Because first you have to have a brand identity. Then you've got to use that identity to influence the market that you're in. So you're going to do some research around that, right? And then you're going to accumulate your assets about how you're going to be authentic, the audience that you have. All these things create authority for yourself and brand dominance, so you can be impactful in the domain in which you're looking to influence. And then you get into visibility. That's when you make yourself visible, right? And then you show your visibility of value in the market that you are influencing. And then you're going to have velocity and volume, because you're growing exponentially, and then you're going to execute on that program. I just went over my BRAVE framework and the aspect what I'm talking about in personal branding, because it's so important to have a framework and an understanding of what you want to accomplish and a way of getting there. So you don't want to be a commodity in the marketplace, and you're starting to differentiate yourself in two ways: have a differentiation strategy and have a communication strategy. We can communicate at scale much larger than we ever could before by utilizing AI tools for video creation, for media creation, for audio creation, for text creation. You can do all these things because you're packaging the story. So getting back to what I talked about, your point of view, you have to have a point of view that differentiates yourself. And you want that point of view to drive passion. What is your passion about what you're looking to accomplish, right? And when you think about what your chosen product or service or your skill set is, what is it tied to from an emotional component? Meaning, what are you doing that you're looking to influence that pisses you off, and it also would make you cry? Meaning, what you're trying to accomplish, the impact that you're making in your market, why are you doing this, and how are you articulating that to other people? In my particular case, my point of view had to do with healthcare. And in healthcare, as I experienced myself individually, is that my father died from a lack of healthcare delivery, from a broken leg to a blood clot, to a point where he was no longer with us. And this was all from a bureaucracy around who would pay for his particular surgery that he needed to have for his broken leg. And because it took so much time to try to figure this out, no matter what, he's developing a blood clot in his leg. And because he didn't get that done in a timely manner, he then was no longer on this earth. This pissed me off, but it also made me cry. This is what I wanted to stop from happening. So I used technology, because I had a lot of technological experience, to then create platforms to stop this from happening in the healthcare world. So this defines my point of view. You start to understand my why. Why are you doing this, right? And it's also tied to my personal story. And people are like, oh, I can see why he's doing it. I understand why he's doing it. You know what? I might want to help him because this can happen to anyone. Yes, this is worth solving, right? So you have to have a problem that's worth solving, right? What is your big idea that you have, the big problem that you're solving, and your big why? Why are you doing this? All this goes back to your point of view. It starts to get to your personal story. And then you start to get the platform. And most people, when they associate personal branding, they're really talking about platform, right? But when you can't get the platform. And when I say platform, I'm talking about a website. I'm talking about a podcast. I'm talking about anything that makes you visible in the market that you're looking to influence. That's platform. What is the platform that you're delivering your product or service on? But before you can get the platform, you absolutely have to define your point of view, and you absolutely have to deliver on your personal story, your why. This is very, very important. So again, without a personal brand, you will be a commodity in your marketplace. That means your pricing differential is not going to be very high. You're going to have a disadvantage in comparison to other people or other services, your competition, right? And you're going to lose significant opportunities because people will just keep passing you by. You might be fantastic in what you do, but you have not curated your story at a level in which someone will then stop, pay attention to, and then take advantage of what you bring. So you're limiting your reach. Very, very important. Another thing around personal branding that a lot of people get wrong is that they think they can just, you know what, I'm just going to create this persona. I'm into my P worlds now, right? Persona. And then people will fall in love with that persona of me or an image of me, right? And then I'll get their attention, and they'll either buy or consume my product or services, or they'll hire me for this particular job because they feel I can do the job, but I am not being forthright in what my authentic self is. This is very important. You cannot just, well, you can, people do it all the time. They make claims about what they do, and then you find out it wasn't what I thought it was. How many times have that's happened? Just in a product or service that you went to, like, hey, they claim to be the best pizza place in the city that I'm in, and it's all over their marketing, and then you go in there to get this delicious pizza, you have it all in your mind, right? It's all perception. You go in there and you order this pizza, you get it, and it's just bland. It's like, this is not the best. No. So your Now that person will have a review around this, right? You'll probably go on social media like, no, ABC Pizza Place was horrible. Now you've claimed to do something, but you're not known. What you're known for is not that claim, right? There's a huge disconnect in what you're doing. Don't do this. Look at what you truly do well and double down on that you can back it up and that you become known for it. This is one of the things that I'm seeing more and more, especially in the digital space, is around reviews that you're getting on these platforms, especially Google reviews. These are, when it gets down to SEO, which is search engine optimization, or how you're showing up in the feed on social media, a lot of times, if you're getting negative reviews, that's going to bring you down, or it could even expand, but it's not the kind of public relations or PR that you really want. And if you're not curating that, it's going to negatively affect your brand. So you want to make sure that you are authentic in what you do, in your creativity and your expertise, and you're known for it, meaning other people are vouching for you. Other organizations are vouching for you. And this is visible on your platform, whether it's your platform or someone else's platform. Like a Google search, it's there and it says, yes, Grant McGaugh is a great personal branding expert. And it's not just me saying it, it's other people. And it becomes, you can see the testimonials around it. You can see the reviews around it. So I'm being known for these type of things. When I started this particular talk, this is what I talked about. This is very, very important, right? So as you start to move even further, you begin to create your brand, you begin to define your skill set, you begin to understand, what does this market need, what and who you are up against in competition, and you choose your niche, and then you can find your voice. You can begin to now move a lot quicker and faster. This is acceleration. And this is, I want people to understand from a personal brand perspective, is why you would want to do this, because you can accelerate in the market that you're in. You can scale faster in the market that you're in if you understand how to curate and create a personal brand that's going to move you further down the line. This is going to develop and identify you in your target audience. It's going to answer why you are the go-to person. Without question, this person can deliver on the promise in which he has put forth for me, especially in the digital space. So know your strengths, know your accomplishments, know what you can do very well. Make sure that it's curated in the digital space. That's another thing I want to bring up, is that in your target audience, your ideal client persona, where do they go for information? This is where you want to be. They may not be on LinkedIn. They may not be on Facebook. They may not be on Instagram or TikTok. They may be in in events. They might be in conventions. They may be for in-person events, or they use Reddit, or how do they consume their information and knowledge about the products and services that you're in? Are you visible in that space? That's very important. I see a lot of people that do a lot of advertisement, a lot of promotions, but they're promoting and advertising to an audience that has no reason to take them up on their offer. They just don't need it, because you're not showing up in the right place. Make sure that you're showing up in the right place. So when people Google you, they're asking others about you, you are where they want you to be, so you can stand out and take advantage of the opportunities. So I want you, at the end of the day, as you look back, you say, yes, I want more job opportunities. I need personal growth. I want to be promoted. I need to improve my business development, my sales outcomes, my revenues. I want to advocate for a cause. This is so important. How do I do that? You want to develop your brand, get some momentum, get it out there and expand your reach, not only in what you're doing, but others are then being a brand ambassador for you, because they believe in your why. They believe in your point of view. They believe in your personal story, and they want to help you on your platform, and they want to position you for success. So you want to increase awareness. You want to have greater influence. because people will look you up. And when they do look you up, you want that story to be there, because people make decisions before you're ever in the room. You're never even in the room. And you've got to curate that story ahead of time. So when people get there and they look you up, you're not going to be rejected, because either you're not visible or your story is not strong enough. So when they look you up, they find you online, they're going to convert into leads. Most leads now that they're found, if you're found on search and social by these means, or in the answer engines, in AI bots, you're going to convert 7 to 10 times more than any other lead. 7 to 10 times more than any other lead. So I implore you to learn how to build your brand, build a community around brand ambassadors as you move up the scale on personal branding, understanding the perception of yourself in the mind of other people. Try to put yourself in the mind of other people, either through a survey, someone else is trying to give you an unbiased view. Most people are going to tell you that when you're standing right there, but away from them, people will speak freely, and you want to understand those perceptions. And there are tools out there to help you understand what your mentions are. If you're mentioned in the social sphere, you can say, hey, is that aligned with my brand, right? And you want to make sure you're utilizing these tools to have a dazzling profile, that your media is speaking high volume for you in video, in photography, in text. All these different things are very, very important. So you leverage the power of these platforms to create rich media to engage and connect. So very, very important. And then you have to deliver your brand daily. Frequency is very important so they can see it. If you notice when they come out with a new movie, you're constantly seeing this trailer. This trailer is coming out, or they have a new product, or they want to have a product, and you're watching this show and you see the same commercial playing, and it's playing constantly. You need to have as much volume on that scale as possible in the target market that you're looking to influence, because you become familiar. I learned in business that you have to have at least 13 touches. 13 pieces of content has to touch an individual before they make an act toward utilizing your product or service. 13 times, not one time, not 2 times. And this is many different types of media, whether it's going to be in print, it's going to be in video, it's going to be in the form of email. All of these things are super, super important. So I want to bring all this to your attention. And if you're listening to this, you're like, I hear what Grant is saying. I understand the playbook. I understand what I need to get this done, but I'm not sure I can do it myself. This is why you utilize 5-star BDM. I help people and handhold them through this process through my Brave Blueprint strategy in the realm of personal branding and business development and career development. Remember, there's a goal for the personal brand. If you are feeling stuck in what you're doing and you're not getting traction, you're getting looked over, you got to start stepping back. Instead of blaming the external world, look at your internal world. What am I doing that potentially is causing this to happen? Take ownership of that. So what can I now do to then curate a different story? What is the narrative that I have about myself or the market that I'm in that potentially is causing the outcomes that I don't want? There's a disconnect there. So there's a reason why you would then engage with 5-star BDM. You can go to 5-star, that's the number 5, that star is STAR, B for brand, D for development, infomasters.com. Take a look at what's on the site. You have now over 200 different individuals that you can hear from that can talk about their particular story, their particular brand, what they're doing in life that will align with what you're doing. That's why I've segmented my different episodes on my podcast, because podcasting for me is a platform. And in that platform, I'm delivering my expertise and the expertise of others. So if you want to learn more about personal branding, there's episodes around that. If you want to learn more about career development, there are episodes, business development, technology, innovation, financial empowerment, brand mastery, executive presence. That will give you the baseline to begin of you an understanding, okay, I see where this is at. I see where I am at. This is why I need this additional help. I can do certain things on my own. I get information. I could do it myself to a certain degree. But anybody will tell you that in order to get to a premium level, a mastership level, you're going to have quality coaching, quality, someone that has been around that block that you want to be on, that you want to traverse, and they're going to help you to get there so you can get a 360-degree viewpoint of where you're at. And I take you through a 4-week process around this to get to understand your brand identity, right? So that you can understand the type of research you really need to be doing to create the relationships that you really need to have through a skills gap analysis, and then acquire the different assets that are very, very important for you to then begin to affect change in your life, to become more visible, and then execute on your plan that's going to get you to where you truly want to go. So again, I want you and I implore you to go to the website at 5starbdm.com. There, under personal branding, you'll see a questionnaire that's going to help you to frame an understanding, to give you a mirrored place to truly define your brand in the eyes of others. That will then be sent to me, and then you can have a personal one-on-one with me at no cost. We'll go through where you're kind of at right now, your current state, and understand your North Star of where you want to go, what you want to accomplish, and then say, here's the gap that I see from my lens, from my expert vision of what you need to do to fill that gap and to exceed your particular goals that you've put forth. So important to understand that. So I'm bringing to you value. I want you to be value in your space and what you're doing. So I want to thank the Black Business Network for having me on today. And I want to thank everyone who will come after me, right? And I want to also make sure that you understand that this is a fundraiser. It is a fundraiser for students. It is a fundraiser for everyone that's going through our K through 12 programs. So I want to make sure that we donate to the scholarship fund, right? And I want to make sure that everyone understands that every dollar counts for all of us to affect change in our younger youth. Very, very, very important. And I also want to thank our sponsors for August 2025, and they do include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, Banks, I think that, yes, that is Lee Entertainment, Creative Force Studios, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. really the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
It's my favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
The difference between influence and legacy, it's the platform that carries your voice. You're not visible because you lack talent. You're visible because your brand doesn't speak. I've built 5-star BD&M to change that. Most leaders have the expertise, but not the presence, the vision, but not the vehicle. Across 3 cities, one brand is helping leaders rise above the noise. Here in the heart of Omaha, strategy isn't left to chance. It's engineered with precision. In Omaha, we engineered your executive brand, AI-powered, data-driven, precise. Tisa went from a local nonprofit to a national speaker in 90 days. We don't guess your brand strategy, we build it. On the shores of St. Croix, your brand takes on depth and meaning, shaped through curated retreats and legacy experiences. In St. Croix, strategy becomes soul. Our retreats don't just refine your message, they rediscover your mission. One founder rewrote his entire company story here. Funding followed 30 days later. This is where leaders remember who they were meant to be. In vibrant Miami, momentum meets amplification, transforming your voice into a movement. In Miami, your brand becomes a movement. Business development accelerators, audience building. Joy came with an old website and an outdated company name, but she left with 5,000 followers and a waiting list. This is where you scale with soul. 3 cities, 1 mission, your legacy ignited. It started with a thread. Let's pull it together. Stop blending and start leading. 5-Star BDM, where legacy is engineered, embodied, and ignited. Visit 5starbdm.com and book your brand audit today.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, and I am your business moderator for this day on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And I would like to welcome our next speaker. His name is Damon House, and he is the Dynamic Chief Growth Officer at Frenetic, where he drives strategic partnerships, market expansion, and revenue acceleration. And with a career spanning innovation, equity, and digital transformation, Damon brings decades of experience connecting underserved communities to cutting-edge biomedical, genomic, and AI technologies. He leverages his background in federal contracting, healthcare, and tech to position Frenetic at the forefront of precision medicine innovation. And as a proven thought leader and tireless advocate for inclusion, Damon leads efforts to bridge gaps in access and opportunity, amplifying health equity, and accelerating social impact. Whether engaging HBCUs, minority-serving institutions, or global partners, his mission is clear: deliver sustainable, community-empowered health solution backed by science and smart growth. So I would like to welcome him to the stage, Mr. Damon House.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone who's out there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, a lot of people don't know, but me and you are working on different initiatives that are actually, as I said earlier in my earlier session, my personal branding, we're talking, not just talking the talk, we're walking the walk. We're making things happen at a level that hasn't happened before. And as in your role as the Chief Growth Officer at Frenetic, we first need to understand what Frenetic is all about and what is your vision for reshaping access to precision medicine through AI and mobile technology.
Well, all of that doesn't feel like something we can get together and figure out in a day or two, but we'll try. So Frenetic is a minority-owned, woman-owned, service-disabled, veteran-owned biomedical company. We look at how we can bring precision medicine and personalized care to every individual across the world. And one of our founding principles is the fact that people in our community historically are healthcare underserved. Sometimes they are unserved. It is unfortunate, but when we take a look at chronic conditions like diabetes, hypertension, etc., in the inner city, you have the same limitations and barriers to care as if you lived in a rural market. That hospital may only be 4-6 miles away, but that may be a train and 2 buses, which may be an hour or 2 to get to a hospital and to get back home. And for those in our community who are working 1, 2, 3 jobs, who may not have the ability to take that time off, that is just as far a gap as someone who lives in a rural market. So what we are trying to do is bring opportunities to everyone in our community, regardless of socioeconomic class. And we want to make sure that they understand what's available for them.
Well, we got to unpack some of that. Because first of all, thank you for doing that, because you see the gap in care and what's really, really happening. How do we close that gap is very, very important. Now, we've got an audience here. They may not truly understand what is precision medicine. How is that different from the healthcare that's been delivered to me today? Can you give us your definition of precision medicine?
Absolutely. So think about this. When you go to your doctor and your doctor looks at your chart and says, okay, you have this or you have that, and they say, well, we'd like you to take medicine. The odds are that when they look at that chart does not have a correlation of how what you have been diagnosed with works with other people in your community. Typically, population models are based on a Eurocentric male model. When they prescribe you that medicine was probably tested majority on Eurocentric males and possible females. Members of the minority, Hispanic, Asian, tribal, other communities are typically not included in clinical trials. So they're giving you something for the everyone. Precision medicine takes a look at you as an individual and helps you to identify what care, what treatment do we need for you based on your genomic predispositions. And then there are other big words I can use like biopharmacology, where we can tailor medicines specifically to who you are, as opposed to just giving you the generic medicine off the shelf and hoping it works.
Okay. All right. I think we got an understanding like, hey, we're making different medications that are tailored specifically for you and your makeup, right? And Frenetic, and you have a lab in Texas, and you've done a lot of work also in the federal space out of DC and that type of thing. Talk to us about what Frenetic does. I mean, what kind of entity that it is, and its primary mission, and where you feel you can be the most impactful in some of these communities that you just described.
Certainly. So once we have a laboratory, that allows us to do a number of things. We can do clinical diagnostics. So think blood test, pregnancy test, simple tests. Hospitals, clinics like federally qualified health centers, and others need that type of testing. So when your doctor says, okay, I want to run your blood, well, that goes to a lab like ours. And so we're able to provide that testing. With our software, we don't just say, here's the data from that test. We give correlations and a breakdown of what that data actually means for the clinicians that we're providing that back to. When we think about genetic and genomic testing, that's where we start to get into research. and research, NIH, Health and Human Services. I hope that they are still doing these tests as of today, Friday. Those types of tests allow us to do research. And in that research, we might say, how does this type of drug, this type of care, this type of X fit into this Y community? How do we understand what that looks like? And so they go to research centers like ours to ask us to do that testing. We will partner with HBCUs, with tribal communities, colleges and universities, with Hispanic serving institutions and others to say, okay, if we want to take a look at this in the Black community, then let's go to an HBCU and let's use that. We may do the clinical trial, so we may have them, the FDA, for example, may say, hey, we'd love for you to do a trial for us, bring people in, have them do this trial over a period of time. Let's take a look at the physiological impacts, the psychological impacts of these drugs, these new treatments and care diagnostics that we want to run on that community. So there are a number of ways that we can impact our community. There are ways that we can work together with the government and larger organizations, and we try to make sure that we're engaging our universities so that we're training the next generation of clinicians and researchers at the same time.
Impressive. I like to say that's very impressive. I like what you're doing, especially when you're partnering with HBCUs and MSIs. Those are minority serving institutions, and you're elevating the innovation pipeline for these marginalized populations. I also understand you've led a lot of projects with organizations like NASA, Microsoft, the NREL. And my question comes down to, first of all, like, what leadership lessons have you learned about building scalable and inclusive ecosystems in your experience?
Well, so I started out when the light bulb finally went on, and I said, I need to be a project manager. And that's a small thing. Let me do a start and an end. I'm a project manager. And then it was a program manager. Let me do the start and the end and then run it as an operation. But now, to your point, when we look at how to do these things at scale, it really is pulling in a number of stakeholders together to say, what are we trying to achieve? And not everybody at that table is always on the same page. So let's make sure we're on the same page. Let's make sure we know the right direction. And then let's make sure that we're able to actually go there and do that thing. For example, with NASA, work together with a program called MIDIC, which is MUREP, which is the Minority University Research and Engagement Program. They are looking and working at minority serving institutions. So MIDIC is MUREP, Innovation Technology Transfer, and I'm blanking on the last two. It's a competition. And so how can we get to students at minority serving institutions, give them access to intellectual property and technology from NASA, and then see what they can create? And there are a number of organizations that want to get on board with something like that because they say, hey, that fits into our mission, how we want to go into this community. So oftentimes when you build those scalable models, especially for our community, we're not trying to do something crazy. We're trying to bring together people that have a similar mission or goal, get them on the same page, leverage the value and the benefits that each one of them bring to the table, and then all move together.
This is important knowledge to understand that. First of all, your background is impeccable in what you're doing, and that you're bringing this high-level emerging technology experience that you have, because you've worked at some pretty impressive companies, Microsoft being in one of them. So my question comes down to, as someone who's deeply involved in digital transformation, what emerging technologies in your mind excite you the most for underserved populations?
So the answer is probably going to be the same answer a lot of people are going to give, and I'll say AI. Artificial intelligence is huge. However, the digital divide for our community means that the path is fraught, SAT word, fraught with challenges and peril. And that's because AI is built on data. And a lot of data in our community is created every day, but not necessarily harnessed for us. It is harnessed by others. When we look at how you build an AI model, you take the data, you build a model on how that data will be used. And so think about facial recognition as an example. They built a model to recognize a face digitally, but when they tested that model, they did not put images of women or minorities into that testing landscape. So AI, for a very long time, had challenges recognizing faces of color, women, and not just women of color, but Eurocentric women. And then that put minority women, especially those of a darker complexion, at a much greater disadvantage. So
Damon, if you don't mind, I'd like to break into that just one moment, because you said something that I find a little bit, I don't understand, because when you just doing a biomedical experiment, you bring all the data that you have available to you, and then you begin to go through these models. You're telling me that these technologists didn't have access to pictures of people of color and women, and so they just used a bunch of white males, and they felt like this was it? I mean, I find that kind of, how did that happen?
Well, and so that starts to get into a much longer conversation about the explicit and implicit biases that you may find in systems, including in healthcare in today's modern society, and in other industries. AI teams were most likely filled with Eurocentric individuals. There were Asians, there were other members of that team, but when you started getting into those percentages, the numbers started to go down. So yes, you had a lot of Asians, you may not have had as many Hispanics, you may not have had as many Blacks. So they did not push for the equal representation of the data that was used to test the model. They didn't push for the same considerations in the building of the model. And so when it was tested and it said, okay, I recognize this face and this face and this face, but when you're only testing 5% of pictures with people of color and even less of women of color, then the model wasn't tested and really pushed, and nobody raised their hand to say, this isn't right, we need to do X. And we see a lot of that across the board in multiple industries.
Okay, all right. So intentionality has to be in these models to make sure, like I was like this, and when I go to the grocery store, and I encourage people to do that, you go to the grocery store, look around and see the different kind of individuals that are there, and you're going to see, multiple people. But if you go to a different part of town, let's just say, and then you go into that store and you say, it's not as many people. So what you just said is that you're used to a certain experience, so you didn't see anything different, when you're development of those models. But going back to the question at hand, what are these emerging models can be utilized for underserved population? Like, okay, we understand there's a disconnect, but what can we do to, like, all right, and I know I use these tools a lot, and I have to go back in, and when I ask it for something, they're like, okay, and it gives me, especially when it gives me a video or any kind of picture, it usually will, to your point, has a Eurocentric view. And I'm like, all right, I need an African-American male. I need a diverse population. And like, oh, okay. And then because the machine of itself is not so much biased, but the information and intelligence that it's drawing from and its viewpoints may be a little skewed. So we have to be aware of that. Hopefully regulation, ethics will start coming on like, hey, you got to make sure you're reflective of the world population, or especially if you have a application that's operating on an international scale, worldwide scale. I think it is behooving that it must be reflective of the world population. And for people to understand this, Europeans, there's nothing wrong with Europeans, I'm saying, but that's only 16% of the whole world population. So if you start making models that only represent 16% of the population, already the information is not excused. But I think that bows to a gap, and it says, hey, here's an opportunity. Maybe we can get involved in that. Here's the other 75%, 80% that you're not getting, and here's my model that maybe it's more reflective of that. But I want to ask you this, because you serve as a mentor, you are a judge for innovation competitions. I like you introduced me to the concept of hackathons, right? Or bringing people together like, hey, we need to really hone in on our HI, human intelligence. I think human intelligence is probably the most intelligent when it comes to intelligence, not information gathering, unit on the planet. Human intelligence is, when it comes to the imagination, emotional content, nuances, hands down, much better than an AI answer engine. But why is mentorship such a critical piece of your leadership platform?
Well, to touch on one thing you also said, you talked about the Eurocentric side. They are 16% of the world, but they are the vast majority of the economic capital and the development and the validation of some of those models. And so as we see the rise of Central South America, Southeast Asia, Africa, the Middle East, we're going to see those models change. And so the power at the of the purse in the utilization of those models will change. But that also ties back into mentorship. When I was coming up in corporate America and I needed a mentor, it was difficult for me to find a mentor who looked like me. A mentor who could say, I've been where you are, I've done what you're doing, and to help me with that. My father was a phenomenal mentor for me because he had been in corporate America and he had broken down barriers. So I had that. I want to give that to others because I see a lot of students that I work with across different universities and through competitions and innovation programs, accelerators that may not have had that voice, be it in their community, be it at the university where they're attending. We see a lot of kids who are coddled to get through by those who look like them because they want to see them succeed, but they don't realize that oftentimes that may not mean success. Coddling someone may protect them from some of the challenges that get them stronger, build their character, help them to understand how to have that resilience. And so I want to, every time I engage with a student, a team, etc., and even faculty at universities and individuals who work in different corporations, I want to talk to them at a macro level, at that corporate level, but I also want to talk to them at sort of at a different, deeper, fundamental level so that they're getting multiple perspectives and they can start putting those together.
This is important because you have to meet them where they are. This is an inflection point, like you said, where we are right now, 2025. I think we're moving from information technology to intelligent technology. This is a huge shift. Critical thinking will be paramount. When I talked about a hackathon earlier, you bring people together, you put together a business problem or some kind of societal problem, whatever it may be, you get into groups and then people will begin to say, how would you solve that problem utilizing, different methodologies and tool sets and that type, and then you come up with something that might be completely innovative. This is how you create think tanks and innovation hubs. I'm seeing these things kind of crop up in different societies. I want to see more than that. Now, you are a vocal advocate for underserved communities. I want to understand, what does real inclusion look like when it comes to health equity and innovation and what we need to do to compete in this new world?
Wow, it's a big question. So inclusion means every individual has equal and unfettered access to, if we talk about healthcare, to care. That person who lives in Southeast DC, South Bronx, South Side Chicago, South Central, and why is it so many Souths? Anyway, that when they live there and that hospital isn't that far away, but it still feels like an hour or two away in practical terms, we need to change that. So one of the things that Frenetic is doing is we are utilizing mobile laboratories and clinics that allow us to go to where they are, to bring those technologies to them so that when you go to a health fair that's run by, say, a Baylor Scott and White or a Kaiser Permanente or some of the bigger providers out there, they have laboratories that do blood screens and analysis, and they'll look at genetic and genomic modifications of that patient. But when you go to our community, it's here's a cup of orange juice and we want to test you for some things. We need that to be equitable. We need to find equity in the healthcare systems. Our healthcare systems are still designed and based on biased systems. I'm going to say something that might be an education point. BMI, which everybody uses, is built on a study that was done by a Eurocentric scientist back in the 1800s to find the ideal male. He was Caucasian. So to him, the ideal male was Caucasian. And it wasn't even until the early 1900s when the idea of that study even incorporated Eurocentric women.
Mm-hmm.
It did not get in start consideration in communities of color that there might be differences until just about a couple of decades ago. However, African American Blacks have higher muscle density.
Mm-hmm.
And that has a lot to do with our history here in the US and in other regions. And therefore, our weight may be higher, but it does not mean we are not as healthy. Mm-hmm. So we need to look at these biases, and we need to take a look at these systems, but to make sure that when a person looks for care, they are receiving the same access to care and the same capabilities as someone who may live in an upscale, affluent neighborhood, who may have we need to make sure that each and every person can get the same thing.
This is important. Now, I need you to give us a definition of BMI. Not everybody knows what BMI is and why it's important, because what you're talking about is benchmarks and baselines. And we call that absolute zero, and then they kind of do measurements on that. And if you deviate here or there, that's how they determine a care package for you or something like that. Give us some more context around that.
So I realize I've thrown around a couple of terms. So very quickly, BMI is a measure of how tall you are versus how much you weigh. And so that is a determination of health. But if you've got, say, a bodybuilder, that bodybuilder's BMI is skewed because they have so much muscle. When you think about Blacks, African Americans, and others, we have that muscle mass, so that tends to skew those values. Another, genetics. Genetics are the DNA inside each one of us. Genetics say there's a gene that says brown hair, blue eyes, blonde hair, etc., how tall you might be. So a gene might say you should be 6'6". Genomics are your entire genome, so all of your genes together and how they're impacted by your environment. So if you are your gene says you're going to be 6'6", but you live in a food desert and you don't eat well, you may only get to 6'2". So that's how it impacted your genome. Understanding these types of terms is critically important. If you live in a rural community without access to a hospital, if you live in an urban community and it's far away, you may not be going to doctors who understand how to use genetics and genomics, who may not understand the biases in BMI. So they may look at your physiology, your physical, and say, okay, you're not healthy because your BMI is out of whack. Or know that there are other tools like genetics and genomics that they can avail themselves of to say, you know what? Actually, you are healthy, and here's how we might keep you healthy. So yeah, there are a lot of terms that get thrown around, and I apologize for throwing them around like that. Thank you for checking me.
No, without question, because we want to get to an understanding of why this is important, especially in the world of healthcare, and understanding why certain things are. I've heard a lot of people say, hey, you know what? I'm taking diabetes medication. And yet when you're distributing these to different ethnicities, right, you start to find out, and if the doctor is conscious of it, like, you know what, you need to take half of this pill, or you need to take 2 of these pills, just because your genetic makeup, your physiology is different. And these medications, the pharmaceutical medications that were created they're created on a baseline that didn't include your data. I think that's very important to point out, and that Frenetic is aware of that. And you're looking at ways to, when it comes to a precision medicine model, to create different paradigms as we go forward. Is that correct? Am I on the right line?
1,000%. And the study of looking at that is biopharmacology, which if you get the letters on Scrabble and you could do it, you win. I promise, every time. Biopharmacology says, hey, look, you've been prescribed, penicillin. Okay. And so you go into Walgreens or CVS or Rite Aid, if any of those are still in business today, and they give you something and you take it and you use it. And a couple of weeks later, you go back to your doctor, you go, hey, it's not working. And he goes, okay, well, let's try something different. And they give it to you and you get the medicine and you try it and no, it still isn't working. And I'm sure everybody who's listening has had one of those moments where someone who took a few rounds of medicine before we go, oh, okay, this is the dosage that's right for you. But you were suffering, or the person you knew was suffering through that. So it wasn't quite working, or the side effects were worse than the actual drug itself. We've all seen those commercials. Biopharmacology looks at independent pharmacists who compound their own medicines to say, okay, well, you need X medicine, but let's take a look at the research of who you are at a genetic level. You know what? I need to tweak that by 8% this way, or 5% that way. They could change how that medicine is compounded chemically and give it to you. And that gets you a lot closer to what you may need, so you're not still suffering until you can get back into your doctor's office.
See, all these things are important to understand. And I'm going to change the conversation just a little bit, because Frenetic has been doing a lot of work in the Caribbean. I'm talking about the Caribbean as a whole, because they meet a lot of that criteria that you're talking about, as far as a lot of them are rural communities. They do not have access to healthcare as we're used to in the mainland. Let's just say it like that, because some, depends if you're in the city or whatnot, you can get to a hospital pretty quickly. Well, a lot of these, you got to fly things out of the country to get testing back. I mean, it's just a disparate type of environment. What is Frenetic trying to solve in the Caribbean?
Well, we've heard of, or you may have heard of terms like health tourism, etc., where you have to travel somewhere to get X procedure or access to drugs. For example, during COVID, once we had the vaccines, we had it before other countries had it. So people of affluence were able to fly to the US to get the vaccine. When you look at the Caribbean, there is affluence down there, but there are also pockets of socioeconomic distress. And so what we're trying to do is to make sure that anyone on any island has a hospital that they can go to with clinicians that they trust who have access to these same tools as well. So when Grant mentioned that these tests have to be flown off island, think about it. I'm in my doctor's office to here in the US, and I get blood work done. And in somewhere between a day to several days, possibly a week, I get results, right? Because it's given to a lab. If I'm in the Caribbean, all right, I get it. I take that test and it's put in a box, and the box is picked up, and eventually it's taken to an airport. And then it's put on a plane and it's flown here to the mainland where they do the testing. And then, so it takes longer. And if any of you have ever had that moment of, hey, we need to run your test again. Well, wait, that's recycling through all of that again. So what we're trying to do is get more labs down into the islands. We want to be able to train the hospitals and the clinicians on how to use these technologies. Precision medicine just really means it's not necessarily drugs, but it's treatment, it's care. But how is treatment and care derived for an individual rather than the everyone? And so we want to bring that. So we have partnered with the University of the Virgin Islands. I participated in a conference several years ago. Our founder has participated in a conference with the University of the West Indies down in, I believe it was in Antigua or Barbados. But we want to participate in these conferences and share what we're doing. We want to bring that capability to Jamaica, to the Bahamas, to others, and help them to have the same access that we do here in the States.
This is important, because another facet that you brought to my attention was the mobility of it. Because you say, hey, well, brick and mortar might be at a premium, and then, or if it is, but then its location is hard for other people to get to. Accessibility is a big issue. you're also solving for that, not only, let's say, in the Caribbean, but in these rural communities in the United States through these mobile labs. Talk to us about that a little bit.
Sure. So when we talk about rural communities, we're seeing a lot more of their hospitals shutting down for cost measures. Recent changes in federal Medicare, Medicaid have caused dollars to be extracted from those states, from those areas. And so if a hospital near you shuts down, the closest tier 1 hospital may be 1, 2, 3, or more hours away. If you think about tribal communities as an example, they are less likely to have a tier 1 hospital near them, and they have to leave the reservation, leave the tribal nation to get to a hospital for that measure of care. So what we want to do is have mobile laboratories that are able to get out to a community. Think about a community center, think about a clinic, think about a wellness fair at a school, and draw people in with community ambassadors, people who will advocate and say, it's not scary, it's just science. And if you trust them, we can figure out how you're doing. A perfect example is if Big Mama or auntie or someone in your family is diagnosed with cancer or diabetes or something else, a chronic condition, members of that family can also be tested, and it is covered by their insurance, even if it's Medicare or Medicaid, because it is cheaper for the healthcare system to proactively treat them and keep them from developing diabetes or cancer than it is to wait until they get it and have to treat them then. These are things that oftentimes in these communities, well, they don't know it or they don't trust it. Their clinicians may not know that that's covered. So by getting out there, not only are we engaging in the community, but we are also bringing knowledge. We're sharing this access so that they understand, oh, wait, let me go ahead and get checked. And that can be a lifesaver in many cases. And that's what really drives us.
I like that. Get ahead of the game, not keep perpetuating the same result or outcome that we're getting right now with, I think, our elevated numbers of diabetes, heart conditions, and stroke and cancer and things like that. A lot of that can be attributed to lifestyle, diet, things of that nature. But if we're not getting ahead of the game, again, and then when you engage with the healthcare system and then you find out it wasn't even built for you, and you're like, wow, the healing process was worse than having the disease itself. You're like, you don't want that. You're trying to evolve beyond that. Before I let you go, I got to ask you this because it's so important. I want to understand, what legacy are you building through your work at Frenetic, and how can others get involved? Because I see you got your cape on and you're throwing it out there like, hey, we're going to go into, but you cannot do this yourself. How can we help you?
Well, let me give a practical example. Funding for research has been dramatically cut at the federal level. You may have seen articles or heard things about it, but when you look at research, something called indirect funding was cut. And a lot of times for a university, if they get say $100 million contract to do some research from NIH or HHS, then they would also get an amount of money that would help them with the operations of their lab. How do I keep the lights on? How do I pay people? How do I get the supplies that I need? And it got expensive, and it started to creep up. And so the indirect costs, instead of being 10%, then got to 20 and then 40, and some of the bigger labs were charging as much as 50 or 60. But the government understood that was what was needed to keep that lab open. Now this new administration has come in and said we're cutting it and capping it at 15%. And labs are saying, but we can't keep the lights on with that. We've built up because of this industry, and now you're cutting us off. Frenetic is all about building the next generation. So when you think about that lack in funding, we want to work with those universities and we want to work with those labs. We need clinicians who look like us to be in those rooms and see that data, to advocate on those teams for AI, to say, hey, you know what? I see something, it doesn't quite make sense. Let's push back. Let's draw that back. We want principal investigators, PIs. Those are the ones who run research studies at universities and other organizations. We want more PIs. We want to train them up so that they have the experience and they can pass that on to their students, to other faculty, to other members of their community. We want to drive clinical trials, not just for us, and not just for our community, but for the institutions in our communities to see what it looks like so they can run more clinical trials. So that may be your church, your synagogue, your mosque. That may be your community center that says, hey, I don't know anything about the medicine, but I can be a resource for a company like Frenetic to come in. We want to make sure that we're putting forward positive images of science and doctors and clinicians so that our children see them and say, science isn't scary. Science didn't kill Big Mama. The pork chop did. But the fact that she didn't go to the hospital or the doctor did, that she didn't take the medicine or the medicine she had wasn't right. These are the things we want to change in our own community and others. It's not just us. We want to change this broadly, but in our community, we want to make sure that people understand and they see science and medicine as something that can help them. It's not a detriment. So we are absolutely trying to build and leave a legacy for those who come behind us.
I love that. You definitely let us know what the current state is and what you're champion and what you want to make a change in. I want to ask you this. We got just a minute or two. Let's say it's 5 years from now and you've gotten everything that you need. What does success look like for Frenetic?
So success for Frenetic is a network of research universities in the HBCU network, Tribal Community Network, Hispanic Serving Institution Network. And when you look at just those minority serving institutions, that's really about 40 to 45 states in the country. So, but we want a network where it doesn't matter where somebody from your block, from my block, can go to their doctor. Their clinician understands what's available. They have a wealth of population data about someone who looks like you, a young woman, a more mature man, someone who's clearly in his 90s, who is out here getting it done. We want someone to be able to say, I can get the care I need. It's not science fiction, it's science now. And in building that legacy, we have several universities that we can pick up the phone and we can say, hey, we need your 5 labs to work with us on this research project. We need your 7 labs to work on this clinical trial that we want to run with Johnson & Johnson or Merck. We want to be able to say that, hey, someone down in Jamaica has access, even in a rural market, to a clinic, and that clinic has access to precision medicine and personalized care. To us, that's the start of success. And then continuing that really means that we can expand on that. For example, in the islands, they have herbal medicines and remedies that they've been using for generations. And so when you're sick, you go to auntie on the corner and she'll give you some of that rootin and it'll make you feel better. Let's bring that into the light. Not to say that it's bad, but let's understand chemically what she's doing. Let's sort of stabilize that. Let's look at how it may work across some of the medicines you might get in an actual hospital, and then designate them as independent pharmacists to really bring that as an industry that can drive and can be profitable. So there are a number of ways that we can look at what success is, and it's going to be a scale that continues to evolve.
Real quick, we got 15 seconds. Tell us how to get in contact with Frenetic because we need to.
Frenetic, PHRONETIK.com. My name is Damon, DAMON House. I am more than happy to speak with you about how we might work with your organization. Thank you for the time, Grant. You know I always love you. I appreciate you.
All righty, man. This has been wonderful. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Take care. I want to remind everyone that this is a fundraiser for our students going to college and K-12 entrepreneurs. And this expo is for students. And you may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that is on our screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2025. They include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani China Global, 5-Star BDM Media, Banks LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and the host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and the host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
Are you searching for a website that truly reflects your mission and vision? The 5-Star BDM Website Services portfolio, led by Grant McGaw, transforms ideas into impactful digital platforms for personal brands, nonprofits, and small businesses. Each project in our portfolio tells a unique story. From JADICC, a infection control expert organization with professional polish, to Ekaba World Community, a dynamic hub for events and memberships, and Pink Lotus Project, empowering women with donation and program features, every site is crafted using our Brave branding framework and mobile-first development. Our portfolio is more than a gallery. It highlights project context, purpose, and measurable outcomes. We demonstrate brand consistency, strategic user experience, and deliver results that build trust and drive engagement. A world-class portfolio proves capability, sets you apart from competitors, and positions you as an authority. It is your most trusted sales tool and reputation asset. Ready for a website that leads with purpose? Book a discovery consultation or request a brand audit today.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, is turning heads in the healthcare and information technology sectors with his groundbreaking approach to personal branding and business development. By challenging conventional strategies, he's setting a new standard for how executives present themselves and their businesses to the world. McGaw's expertise isn't just about standing out. It's about strategic guidance, generating leads, and building networks that propel executives beyond their competition. His focus on authenticity allows leaders to leverage their unique stories, driving exponential growth and success in their industries. Beyond branding, McGaw is a fervent advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. He's committed to helping organizations cultivate environments where innovation and collaboration thrive through inclusive cultures. And for those eager to dive deeper, McGaw hosts the Follow the Brand podcast. Here, he unpacks the intricacies of personal branding and business growth, offering valuable insights for professionals eager to redefine their identities and share their narratives with the world.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network.
My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow Brand podcast and TV series, and I am your business moderator for this day on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And today, our speaker is Tamika James. She is a dynamic entrepreneur, author, and transformation coach who empowers professionals to pivot with clarity and confidence. Formerly an international stylist and salon owner known for pioneering advanced weaving techniques, Tamika has trained thousands of beauty professionals across the globe. She is the author of You Got Way More in You, Where Is It? And the founder of CTJ 360 Photo Booth, a multimedia business that enhances event engagement and brand visibility through interactive storytelling. And today she helps entrepreneurs align their vision through her PSO framework that is planned, strategized, and organized, bridging business and life for sustainable success. So whether on stage or in strategy sessions, Tamika's energy inspires action and authentic transformation. So I'd like to bring her to the stage today. Welcome, Tamika James.
Great morning. Thank you.
And how are you this day?
I'm doing pretty good. Thank you so much.
Hey, I am so, first, let me say this. I'm so excited. You have launched a whole new initiative, a whole brand new program in South Florida for women. I want you to help the audience understand, first of all, why you did this and tell us more about it.
Oh, why? Oh my gosh. Well, I was asked to do it and I know that I'm capable. So when you ask me and I know I can do it, plus it's already moving, I'm like, let's go. And mainly there's an initiative for women that was already online. And the founders were trying to find a way to actually get people around the country to get together in person. So they asked me to be the president of this organization in my local area. And I'm like, yes, I'm in. So it's about being a part of something that's bigger than myself.
Wow, that's a big why, big why. Now, you're talking to, is it for Black professional women, anyone, or tell us more about who is this for?
It's actually for women, period. And of course, I welcome my Black women to come on in and be dynamic, show up for themselves, and yeah, all of those things. But yeah, it's for women. It's for women. And it also is expanded to men who support the women as well. We're mostly a women's organization. Yeah.
I want to talk about that because, I talked to, matter of fact, I just got back from Guyana, and one of the persons that went with me, and who Sherry, she's always asking me about perspectives and viewpoints. Like, well, how do you see this? And I'll tell her my perspective. And she said, well, this is how I see this. And we often find out that there is a degree of separation or difference between a male's point of view and a female's point of view. And it's like, this is interesting. And in our world, we are heavily skewed to a male-dominated viewpoint on a lot of different things. So I understand why women are like, you know what? I want a voice. I need a stage. I need a platform. I want to be my full self and with other people that we can have discussions around life issues that will be well received. Now, with that said, do you feel what I just said is accurate for your organization, or would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, Grant, that was definitely very accurate. And women have always been trying to find a space to be seen and to be heard and to not be like suppressed. So that's more or less what it has always been about for women. We know we're dynamic. We just want others to, to recognize us and say, hey, you're doing a great job. Well, yeah. So.
Well, I agree with you, and I see you doing so many different things. The other thing that I'm very impressed with you is that as we came out of COVID, and because of COVID, everybody got on virtual platforms, just like we're on now, because that was the only form of communication for business people. And you really took that to another level. You educated yourself and you trained yourself on so many different ways to create content. I remember you invited me, this was about a year or so ago. I was like, Grant, come on down to the Content Engine. It's going to be down here in Miami. We're going to show everybody how to create content, not be afraid of this new media, because this is the way to get what we call top of funnel, to get people aware of what you do, why you do it, and then they can engage with you on that aspect. I had so much fun. Tell us about content creation. And do you feel like women are not getting engaged, or they are getting engaged, or they over the top? But that I think is a big differentiator, especially now in the AI world, that you've got to know how to create content. What's your take on that?
Yeah, content is super important, because I say this, if it's not on camera, it didn't happen in some people's eyes, right? Mm-hmm. So even though we have a lot of AI tools, we still need to get on camera, share our views, be in front of our audience, show that we actually care about the thing that we're speaking about. And we really have to show up for ourselves in a certain way. For women, it becomes a little difficult, because before, it depends on the woman, but before some women get on camera, there's makeup, there's hair, there's all different things, opposed to, even where a male will show up, okay, you put on your nice clothes, but you don't have to do all of those things. So females are filling those things, and the AI is helping us with that, because we have filters, we have all of these things. So that's what women need to know, that we have all of these things that can assist us. But women are still nervous about showing up and creating content with them present. So I'm helping them to see that it can be done with you. It can be done through the use of AI, but it definitely must be done. And you were talking about this event. Oh my gosh, Grant, you made me just remember and think about that and how it needs to happen again. When we get together, women, men, whoever, and we are creating content and we're supporting each other, it feels so much better. Another person holding a camera for you, cheering you on, making sure that everything is good. These are the things that we need. And, that's where community comes in. Community is super important, no matter whether it's a male or a female, So, yeah, but content it's important, and it cannot be dismissed.
It was so, and I want to unpack that a little bit more, because I want the audience to truly understand, and they should look for this in their own cities, like where they can go. Because when I went, we're not just, content it's wide, right? It's pretty big, but you go in, and then Tamika will take you, like, all right, and then she had different booths, different setups, right? So right here, you're gonna videotape yourself doing a pitch on your product, right? And then she would help you to do that, and it would be, the audio, visual will be there. You got a mic, and she would do that, and she would, she always has these portable lighting kits. I mean, she had everything that you needed to do that. And then after you did that, she said, okay, now we're going to do headshots. And we had somebody doing photographs. She said, all right, sit over here in this next booth. They're going to take your pictures, your side, your front, your back, and the whole 9 different scenes. And one thing I loved, she said, okay, you are simulating accepting money. This is like you're at a live event.
Oh, I forgot about that.
You remember that? You remember that? Yes. And she said, all right, I'm going to take money for it. I want you're selling your shirt. Because I had a shirt for a prop, my 5-star BDM shirt. And I would simulate, that she bought it, and then she'd give me money, and the whole thing would be filmed. And I still have that content to this day, because it showcases what it's about, because people are very visual, right? So it's like, okay, if you want somebody to buy your shirt, don't just talk about it. Show someone else actually purchasing the shirt and then wearing the shirt. I gave you that shirt, as a matter of fact.
I've been wearing my shirt. Thank you very much.
And then you had a podcast studio. Remember, we went over to another section, and we actually did a podcast interview. They had a portable podcast host setup put together. I mean, when I think about that whole experience, and it was about 2 hours, you had everything. You got exposed to everything you need to create media for your small business, because that, I think, being visible, as you said earlier, is so valuable in showcasing what you do.
And you got to do this again.
Yes, I do. You just prompted me. So especially through what we were talking about earlier, which is called Diva Locals, I will be putting something on. So I'm putting that into the universe right now that it's going to happen. But that's what I love about that organization and the ability they've given me to do things that I know that need to be done. And I'm not under strict, I'm not under any restrictions as far as what I can do. So Grant, I'm going to tell the ladies to thank Grant McGaw for bringing back Content Day. All right. I'm going to tell them that it came from you that said to me, listen, you have to do this again. So yeah, it's going to come up very soon.
Oh man. And then I'm going to definitely give you some props for you. You did an event about, I'm going to say a month or two ago. And I love how you did it because this is around your business. You said, I'm going to celebrate my second year of business. I'm going to invite people out. And this was genius that you said, I'm going to give awards to my clients, people that have been supporting me. Tell us about that whole program.
So I was sitting down and I was thinking about the fact that 2 years have come and there's so much that had happened. In year number 1, I counted that I serviced 100 events by month number 11 in the first year. So I'm like, okay, I did 100 events by year number 1, not even number 1. And we're at number 2. I must celebrate. And then I thought about what's the best way that I could do this than to say thank you to my top clients who have supported me, spoken my name in rooms I wasn't even in, who was just there and supported my business. So I selected my top clients and I honored them. I went out and I got plaques printed for them, beautiful plaques. Okay, they were heavy, all right? I mean, don't get hit in the head with that thing. I mean, you'll be done. So I wanted to make sure that they had something to remember, how they supported me. And I wanted them to shine as well because the organizations that I have been working for are so amazing. Like they support the community in one way or another. So I wanted to give them some shine. Another thing was I wanted my top clients to meet my other clients. You know why? Because those people needed to be connected to the other people that I've been working with. I have a whole laundry list of dynamic clients. So it was about networking because that's what I love. So I'm like, how do I bring everybody together? How do I say thank you? And then what is my business all about? Testimonies, right? Testimonies. So I set up 2 testimony stations, allowed them to leave messages to me, to also use that testimony station to take photos with people that they knew. I wanted them to invite others so that everybody could be in this big melting pot. I wanted to feed everyone because people love to eat. I wanted to have entertainment. I also showcased how I love networking. So we played this game and it was sort of like a bingo, but it was, it was sort of like, but basically it was a game where they had to go and find people because networking to me has been, in some cases, hey, buy your ticket, go into the room and just be there. And hopefully you find someone that you should get to know. But I think that environments like this, where so many amazing people are in the same room, sometimes that needs to be induced on a different level. Mm-hmm. So I was able to showcase how I am a networking woman. So one more thing that I could think of is that I also have this system that people still don't really know about, which is that when the attendees at an event come in, they scan, they put their info in, and then all the photos that we've been taking all night at the event are generated in one space. And when they put their info in, they have access to all the photos that we've taken, and they get the information to all the people that are in the room. So this is a system that every networking event that's happening should actually be utilizing. So I was able to do a lot at that thing, which was called a business shower.
That was textbook genius as far as business network, business development. I want everyone to take a page out of that. I mean, what you did there was so powerful. It wasn't just a one-off. That's something you can continue to develop, to have a pipeline around. People saw your value. You're probably still working through that whole event as far as new opportunities. If you did 100 events, I mean, think about that. That's a lot. That's a lot that you were doing. Now, tell us about what is actually your business, with CTJ Photo Booth, and you've got a lot of layers to that. Help me understand what that is.
Okay. Well, the first layer is that we are a photo booth business. That's where we started. So I have multiple pieces of equipment, so we can do several events in a day. So there's the name of the company is CTJ 360 Photo Booth. So we started with that. I have 2 of those. The fun one that goes around the video. And then I recognize that people actually love pictures. They love pictures so much that I invested in a photo booth. So I got the first one and then a second, and now I have a third. Mm-hmm. So at some events, we will be hired and asked to bring 2 of those. And we recently did an event where they wanted 2 selfie booths and a 360. So that's been my dream, to have clients that want all of the equipment. So that's the first layer of the business, the photo booth business. But as time went on and I'm looking at everything and the fact that we're servicing events that are so meaningful, I'm like, we need to be capturing content that actually has the branding on top of every picture or video that we capture. So we do something called roaming photography. So with that, we move around an event, we take photos of the event. So we do event footage, we take pictures of people and send it to them so they don't have to come to the booth. And then we also do roaming testimonies, where we are asking people how they feel about the event and sending them a copy of that video with the branding to the event, so that they can be the arms and legs on the branding and marketing for the event host. So those are the layers. Now there's one more that I should tell you before I forget or we talk about something else, is that after all of this content is captured, my clients are having me to do recap videos for them. So taking the footage that we've grabbed, a few testimonies and different things, compiling that into a video or 2 or 3 for their social. So now they can post afterwards what happened. And so we do that. Yeah.
Well, you got a lovely business. It keeps you popping and hopping. And I want to reiterate the fact that content is king. We're actually in the content economy right now. And you start thinking through some of the biggest companies in the world and whether they're chasing after, it's a lot of its content, because AI doesn't work, or none of that. Social media doesn't work without content. It needs you, and you need to become more trained in the AV world, where it was kind of siloed. Where people are like, oh no, the AV person is over there. Like, no, we all need to know a little bit about audio, the visual, text. Everybody's deep into we call large language models with AI, right? Chat GPT is what is a large language model. That's primarily dealing with text. It does some video and then some audio. And you're going to start seeing more and more what you call a computer vision type AI that is going to go even deeper. So then you're going to see, this cloning. You can start looking, but these people are like, oh, I don't like it. It's not about trying to trick somebody into saying this is me. It's just expanding your reach. Like right now, we're on this live show, but my avatar, let's just say my clone, could be selling to a client that's on my website right now, getting more information. Instead of just having someone read that information, you can have someone speak that information, because people remember audio very, very well, and they remember visuals very, very well. So if you can take your message and make it more human-like and more memorable, is what it really comes down to. Now, you also, I remember 3 years ago, you was like, hey, I can teach people how to utilize platforms like Instagram. I call you are a Instagram darling, not because you're just on the platform, but you know how to utilize the platform. Are you still doing that type of training?
Oh yeah, I do. So every week, since 2021, it's 25. Oh my gosh. I teach social media lessons every Monday morning from 10 a.m. to 11:30. And these are on Zoom, where we're live together. And what happens is I look at what's happening in the world and I create a lesson for that week. The members that are there, I show them how to do something, and then they must do it. So now basically I sit back and they get to work. And when they hit a roadblock, which is what will almost always happen, one reason or another. And let me share some of the things that they deal with. So they take the lesson, and then someone is supposed to go in their phone and find some content. And then they're like, oh, I don't know where it is, or they need to delete things out of their phone. There are things that people just are not aware of how to do. So when they hit any type of a roadblock, if it's a technical thing, they can say, oh, I'm trying to do this. And then I can say, oh, you can do this. Let me share something that I'm thinking about specifically. Some people are walking with two phones, right? So they shoot content on this phone, but they mostly use this phone. Now it's time to create your video that you're going to put out to the world. So they have to like transfer content from one to the other. They have to transfer verbiage and things like that. So I'm showing them little things like that, even though you think, oh, it doesn't matter, but they need to know how to move something from one place to another easily. How all sorts of things. I mean, it goes back to something so small like that, where they're like, oh, I'm sitting here stuck, you know, or they try to use the app and they're like, well, why isn't this working? And then either they share their screen with me, or they explain it, and then I break it down and support them, and now they can move on to the next step. So it's like, oh, okay, I can complete this task. Yeah.
No, I love that. And you have it, it's a master class, or people that are, you know, in your network. You're doing this every week. I love the fact that you're doing that, because this is how you learn by doing. I know I learned by doing, and everyone, all these platforms have nuances to them, whether it's on LinkedIn, whether it's a Facebook and Instagram, and so forth. And other people are just further along the road of doing certain things. And either you're going to, you know, take the time to learn it yourself, or you can learn it from someone else. So it doesn't take you as long to get up to speed. And as I said earlier, we're living in a context-aware world that you're almost competing with people that are not technically savvy, as opposed to someone who is. And we see now, if you're not digitally literate, let's just say, in the world, you're going to be severely hampered by what you're doing. It's like being in a vehicle that can't go past 30 miles an hour, and you're, you know, competing with people who are just zipping down the road, you know, going 80 to 100 miles an hour. You know, so you got to get caught up. And you've recognized this, I don't know for how long, that this is a differentiator and a way to compete. And that if I show you how to do these things, you are great with your video. I mean, I encourage everybody, go to, you know, Tamika James, you go to CTJ photo booth and you see what she's doing. I'm like, wow, she's entertaining.
Grant, I think of something else. Not only do I teach social media and help them with their content, we also have to know where to put that content. So I am a life and business coach. And so when we're looking at, okay, so you just created a piece of content, we're forgetting that we need to put it on our Google business profile. So in our classes, I'm also periodically stopping to say, hey, in this lesson, we're going to look at and we're going to stop and post on our Google business profile. So they're creating a piece of content and then they're posting it there. Because if you're in business, you have to know where to put the content. So periodically, that's what I do. I stop and I make a short video and I put it on my profile. So when you go to Google, and you're not going to just see pictures of my clients, you're going to see things that I want you to see, whatever that may be. So yeah.
Now, what you said there is very important. It's the control factor, or the intentionality. Be intentional. When you understand how these algorithms work, these platforms work, like a Google, it needs content as well. I mean, it's like it can't just keep recycling old content. It wants brand new stuff. So now when someone looks you up, you want to have that influence. This is what I call personal branding. You want to be able to personally brand yourself. You want these platforms to work for you, not against you. So when someone then uses search or they use search or social, they're getting the content that you want them to see. You want them to see everything about Tamika James, and so you're not just putting anything out there. So if you are on your Google business profile, as you said, now Google is aware, hey, she just had an event. And these are some of the content that she created around this event. It'll start to show that on the feed, right? And you're going to start seeing that platforms like ChatGPT are going to be more search-like in their, I would say more Google-like in some of their platform, because if the AI knows who you are, like someone goes to ChatGPT, who are the greatest content creators in South Florida? You wanted to come up with Tamika James, right? You wanted to say CTJ 360 photo booth, right? So you wanted to be aware of you. So you want to be able to train it to work with you. I want to ask you, what are the most common things that you're seeing now that either techniques or tactics or something that that most people aren't aware of, but you're training them how to do this? What you give us like 2 or 3 things that if it comes to your mind.
Okay. So Instagram is definitely SEO searchable by Google. Okay. I just want to put that together for some people. You were touching on that a moment ago, and I think people don't know that. So there are things that, okay. So when you post on your Instagram, when you type up like your first sentence, your text is SEO searchable by Google, right? And Google can find that. So people think that, oh, you just type something in your browser and it's just going to give you things on the internet. So it's actually going over to your Instagram to look at the words that you're typing in the text, to find you, to find what someone's looking for. So that's where people need to know to be very careful with the captions that you use. So that's one thing. And then just utilizing AI to write things that you wanted to say. Now, we know ChatGPT. There are so many different platforms that we are using. ChatGPT still is doing its thing. It's amazing. So utilizing that on a day-to-day basis is a thing that people are not paying attention to. You touched on this a moment ago. It's what you were talking about was training your AI tools to know who you are so that you can do things you need to do. But some people still don't know how to train your AI tools to understand who you are so that it could give you what you need. If you don't train it, it's going to give you these very basic and generic answers. I was just using my AI tool the other day, and I hadn't spoken to it about a particular thing in, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And I just put something in there and it knew what I was talking about. Do you know that it knew that I was having an event on August the 14th? And I just said, can you write a caption about my upcoming event? I haven't been talking to it about any other event except for this one. So it gave in the description, August 14th, it knows where the event is, it knows everything. So we have to train our tools. So those are some things that we're still not paying attention to. Like, people are running from these things. But if you're careful in how you operate, you'll have great success. You'll be found. You'll be discoverable, which is the right word. You'll be discoverable. Yeah. So that's the thing. Yeah.
So we got a couple minutes left. You just touched on something that got my curiosity up. What's going on August 14th?
Oh, that is my next Diva Locals event here in Pembroke Pines. It is our monthly event to bring women together, to allow them to get to know each other. And there's a special thing that I do when I'm networking, which is gamification during networking. And what that means for someone who's like, well, what the heck is that? It means that I can't see people coming into a room and just passing out business cards and walking away. We do activities that allow them to interact in a deeper way, to remember people's names, to remember what they do, and to get a little closer to them personally. So our last event, when everyone walked away, they knew a lot of people's names. So yeah, so that's what's happening our next event. And the leaders in my group, which are my legacy members, will be installed as the legacy members as well. So they're going to come, the ladies are going to come enjoy, and they're going to see who the leaders are, and they're going to get to know each other in the way that we normally do, which is once again through gamification.
I love that. See, you're on top of things. We cannot sleep on what she just said on gamification. Because if you think about, even in your childhood, the things that you remember, like I remember Monopoly, I remember games like Scrabble, I remember Bingo, that, you know, the game that a lot of people play. But if you make it fun and exciting, it's not just, you know, a boring event. Like you said, a lot of times these business events, business network events can be somewhat boring or scripted to a certain degree. Like, I know exactly how this is going to go, right? But if you make it exciting and memorable, people are, they can't wait to go to the next one and then the next one. And I like how you build out your business model, that you've got these what I call your freemium, you know, and I don't know if it's free or not, but you know, when you do your training, your social media training, that type of thing, that gets people very interested. You get into that area, what I call know, like, and trust. They begin to know you, they begin to like you, they know your expertise. Like, wow, she's very, very good in this area. She may be very, very good in this other area. So when you get into your paid programs, then people like, you know, it becomes less friction in order to get to that next level. Like, oh, I would certainly pay for this because I see value out of this. She's teaching me how to grow and sustain, you know, what it is that you're endeavoring. So I really, really appreciate that. You got to tell us how to contact you, because I think I might have to fly down there to Pembroke Pines. Well, wait a minute, this is women only. I got to get in there somehow.
You can definitely attend. Yes, you sure can. You are a male that supports the women, so yes, you can definitely attend. Yeah. So yeah, if you're able to come on down.
Oh, I certainly will. You got to tell us your website. And you got to tell us, you know, exactly where this location is so we can get people going there, because this is how we create content.
All right. Okay, so I am Tamika James, and I can be found on Instagram under my name. My business Instagram is CTJ360 Photo Booth. So you can mostly find me there. Oh, on LinkedIn, my name, Tamika James. And if you're looking for me in regards to Diva Locals, you can go to Diva Locals _ Pembroke Pines on Instagram. So we have our page open, so you can go there and stay connected to us to find out all the things that are happening. And if you are going to come to our next event, you can text the word diva to 954. What is the number? Oh my gosh. I know the number. Oh, that was crazy. Okay, look, I'm gonna find this number real quick because I know it, but it's kind of like in my head, so it's like I
got you.
Say it wrong, yeah. But we have a text number so that it allows everyone to be able to text us and get to it. Yeah, I can't even think of it right now. I think it's 539-0703.
Well, we'll get to it.
954-539-0703. Text the word diva to that number, and it will text you a link to our next event to be able to register.
That is wonderful. I want to thank you again for taking the time to join us on the Black Business Network. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye. Man, that is wonderful. She does a great business. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. And this expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that is on the screen below, and that is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2024. And they include, 2025. Let's get up to speed here. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, 5 Star BDM Media, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Stub Management, Hello LLC, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shiny Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
Good day, good day.
Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming. Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, Our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Masterclasses led by African industry execs and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
The difference between influence and legacy, it's the platform that carries your voice. You're not visible because you lack talent. You're visible because your brand doesn't speak. I've built 5-star BD&M to change that. Most leaders have the expertise, but not the presence, the vision, but not the vehicle. Across 3 cities, one brand is helping leaders rise above the noise. Here in the heart of Omaha, strategy isn't left to chance. It's engineered with precision. In Omaha, we engineered your executive brand, AI-powered, data-driven, precise. TISA went from a local nonprofit to a national speaker in 90 days. We don't guess your brand strategy, we build it. On the shores of St. Croix, your brand takes on depth and meaning, shaped through curated retreats and legacy experiences. In St. Croix, strategy becomes soul. Our retreats don't just refine your message, they rediscover your mission. One founder rewrote his entire company story here. Funding followed 30 days later. This is where leaders remember who they were meant to be. In vibrant Miami, momentum meets amplification, transforming your voice into a movement. In Miami, your brand becomes a movement. Business development accelerators, audience building. Joy came with an old website and an outdated company name, but she left with 5,000 followers and a waiting list. This is where you scale with soul. 3 cities, 1 mission, your legacy ignited. It started with a thread. Let's pull it together. Stop blending and start leading. 5-star BDM, where legacy is engineered, embodied, and ignited. Visit 5starbdm.com and book your brand audit today.
Control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats, and staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, good day, good day. Well, let's get me and myself a little bigger here. Here I am. I want to welcome all our business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the Follow Brand podcast and TV series. And I am your business moderator for this day on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And our next speaker is Joy A. McMillan. She is the visionary founder and CEO of JAD Infection Control Experts, a firm transforming healthcare environments with tailored, data-driven strategies that significantly reduce healthcare-associated infections while promoting patient safety. Her career spans over 3 decades in nursing, with more than 30 years dedicated to infection control and regulatory compliance. She's a former certified nursing assistant turned nurse executive. Joy ascended to leadership roles by leveraging evidence-based practices and continuous improvement strategies. She developed infection control solutions that include customized plans, staff training, and real-time monitoring and audits, all endorsed through partnerships with APIC or APIC. She is board certified in infection control and holding prestigious and advanced leadership certification in infection prevention. And she serves as a national speaker certified in writing and hosting many different industry forums. And she is going to join us right now on the Black Business Network. I want to welcome her to this stage. We always are pleased to have Joy with us. So how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. I am doing wonderful. I see you all over the place. We just had this discussion and I said, you know what? You are the face of infection control. And when I think about infection, and I'm not talking about just locally there in Miami, but across this nation, you are currently the acting president of APAC or APIC there in Miami. I think that's wonderful. But I've seen you in Dubai. I've seen you in Europe. I've seen you all over. Joy, tell us about what's got you traveling like this so much.
Well, one of the things about infection prevention and control is, right, it's all about education, and it's about empowering people with the knowledge that they need and helping them to understand what is currently going on in our global healthcare, right? And global healthcare systems right now are struggling, and it's about making sure that we continue to fight that good fight and help people to understand how they can advocate for themselves and for their families, and to minimize the problem that we're having when it comes to infection prevention. It's multifaceted, and we have to get to the root of it. And to do that, it takes getting to know what's going on, and you can't just stay local when it comes to that. You've got to be out there. You've got to be able to speak with other individuals, other industry experts, so that we can collaborate and, brainstorm and find out different ways to attack what's coming our way when it comes to infections. Respiratory season is coming up, and we know for a fact what the history tells us is going to happen. So because of that, we want to make sure that everyone is prepared, and I love sharing that with everyone that is willing to take in that knowledge. You can take a horse to that trough, but you can't make them drink sometimes.
Absolutely.
But you can do your very best to make sure everyone is understanding and in the know of what they need to be careful with. Right now, I'm dealing with issues of dengue fever. That was something originally we saw a lot of people coming in already with it diagnosed. However, recently they're seeing cases in Miami-Dade and Broward of, in this nation, they got it here. The mosquitoes are here that are transmitting it. And so that's something that everyone's kind of got their feelers out for, and making sure that everyone is aware. If you're outside, do your best to cover up as much as possible. Put on your whatever your insect repellent may be of choice. So
I agree with that, especially coming out of the summer. You go in and you just brought something big up as we go into the respiratory season. Everybody knows you start getting into the holidays, and then you start getting into, usually what happens right after that, you start seeing a wave of flu and cold and COVID type symptoms, and it just happens. But you want to avoid that. You have been doing a wonderful job. Now, you have been asked to be a national speaker on some pretty prestigious podcasts. You call it Transmission. I'm like, wow, so first, tell us a little bit about how you feel like your brand has grown and you've now gotten to the stage that you want to be on to give the message that you need to give for people to protect themselves.
So Transmission Precautions is a wonderful platform. They discuss so much about every aspect of infection prevention and control when it comes to things that you as a consumer would not think of, which is sterile processing. Those departments have a huge part in how we go about making sure that infections aren't carried over from the operating room, right? And so they cover a plethora of issues. And where I come in, I'm going to be discussing the regulatory compliance aspect of it and how we continue at JAD Infection Control Experts to lead the nation basically in making sure that everyone who walks into a healthcare facility is getting quality care and having quality outcomes. And what's so important about that, people don't realize, is like, okay, she keeps talking about these quality outcomes, and quality care. Well, sometimes people they have the misconception of if the nurse is really nice to them and they're making them feel good and people are just being very courteous and timely answering the call lights. All those are wonderful parts of healthcare. Yes, you need that. You need that service delivery, right? But part of the expectation is that you don't just get that portion, that you get quality care, which means I'm going to make sure you're getting the right medications at the right time, the right route, exactly all of the ways that I need to make sure. I'm going to double check you're the right person to get those medications. I'm going to make sure I'm giving you the right antibiotics to treat whatever it is you have. I'm going to do proactive things and encourage you and your family that visits so that you can do proactive things like incentive spirometer so that you don't get pneumonia. So all of those things really tie in, but people don't really realize that on the outside. When they get that survey back from the healthcare professionals that have served them, whether it's ambulatory care, whether it's, I actually had a procedure done yesterday, and I went to this ambulatory care center, and it was an outpatient surgery center. And I never tell anyone what I do. I never tell anyone my background, whether it's nursing, whether it's regulatory compliance or infection control. But I sat there and watched, and the review that they're going to get from me, and I don't do it often because I don't see it often. This actual facility did A+ standard care. It was top tier, to the point of me knowing all that I know, being able to carry out and understand all the different pieces that have to take place for something to happen and it be completely and totally by the book and exceed the regulations. That's the type of organization anyone should want to enter, but that's the care you should always expect. And unfortunately, we go in, but we don't get that care. That is not the norm. That's the exception to the rule. We want to make it the rule. We want to make it to where you get safe care and everyone is doing all the steps as they should, and it wasn't like their workflow was any slower than it normally would be that would give them additional time. I'm listening to everything that's going on. I'm not saying
I'd like to hear this.
but I'm listening to everything that's being said in the QB next to me and the QB next to me and everything that's being done to prepare. And they did an excellent job. If I walked in as a surveyor, I would give them their accolades. They would get that gold seal. And so my passion is to make sure that every facility has, because they all do have the opportunity to be that and the expectation that they're that.
The
Yes.
problem is they're not delivering. They're not delivering. And
let's compound that, because what you said, first of all, I thank you for saying that, because then we like, okay, there are good facilities out here without being told or anything like that. That this is just how they go to market. This is how they deliver healthcare in a safe environment, qualify, everything's quality. I like hearing that, because you've heard me talk about this before, even on this particular platform, is that you don't want to be on flight 747.
No, you don't.
What's flight 747? Well, just so you know, a passenger airline usually can put 200 to 300 passengers on a plane, right? And if you double that, there's two, so maybe there's 600. Well, and every day in America, there are two flights that take off. I call them flight 747, and that is the flight that takes off and actually crashes every day in America. There are two flights, and these are caused by medical errors, that people are dying like this every day. And everybody knew if this was happening every single day, there would be a great alarm in society saying, hey, we got to ground these flights, right, and get to the bottom of this, because this is unacceptable. And it should be unacceptable, because it happens so isolated that people don't collectively pull it together and see, like, hey, you take a risk every time you walk into a medical facility that you're not even aware of. To your point, you don't know yet that they're very nice, they're very cordial, they got your information, but you have no idea that. Remember, when you're going into some of these facilities, this is a collecting point of sick people. So there's all kinds of things that are going on that you don't want to walk out with. So you walk in with one type of medical situation, then you walk out with a completely different. Some people think this is normal. It's really not. It's really not. But you should not be worried about, wow, is this the day? And I want to buoy that up when I talk about this, because it's so important that the fourth leading cause of death in the United States, the fourth leading cause of death in the United States is the medical industry itself. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. So when you start looking at, whoa, Joy, infection control, do I need that? I think you do.
Yeah, you definitely do. You definitely do. And like I said, knowledge is power. And it's about not just giving that knowledge to the individuals that are out there seeking healthcare, but getting into the facilities and making sure that whoever is delivering the care, that they're delivering quality care. And if they miss a step, or if they don't understand a process, or they take a shortcut because they're trying to, speed up the process, that you take the time to stop them and let them know exactly how that can impact not just that person, but so many other people, including themselves and their staff and their families.
Mm-hmm.
This is not just a them us problem. It's a we problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's everyone. There's no one. Infections don't care what color our skin is. They doesn't care what schools we went to. It doesn't care whether or not we, are Democrat, Republican, or independent. What it cares about is, do I have a place where I can spread?
Right.
And if I do, I am going to do what I was born to do. I'm going to make my move. And it's everything that we do for infection prevention is about breaking the chain of infection, breaking that mode.
That's important to understand what it is that you do and why you do it. I've been following you on social media for a while, mainly because you are one of my clients, and I love to see how you're just taking that ball and running with it. And you have a lot of playbooks on your site. So I encourage everybody to follow her on LinkedIn and Facebook and other places because she is giving you the playbook. I want you to walk us through, as a everyday person like myself, like you just said, you just kind of went through that. You just went through a medical facility, had a procedure done, and you gave them an A+ for things that most people don't see what they're looking for. So as a lay person and you're going to a medical facility, what should they be on the lookout for to make sure that they don't walk out with something that they shouldn't?
Well, I think the first thing that is so important for people to monitor for compliance is hand hygiene. Hand hygiene is one of the biggest opportunities for transmission of infection. So a lot of times you see somebody walk in and they put on a pair of gloves right before they take care of you. The question is, when did you sanitize your hands? You're supposed to sanitize your hands prior to putting the gloves on. The gloves are a barrier between their skin and yours. However, gloves have pores in them. People don't realize they're porous in nature. And not just that, but if you're putting on gloves on an unclean hand, you're already infecting, putting the infection material on the gloves while you're placing them on your hands. So then you start to do things that require what we call aseptic clean technique, which means we want to clean, let's say they're swabbing the area with alcohol and they're about to draw your blood. This is a very common thing everybody should get at least annually, right? And when you see people do that, how many times do you see them swab the area with blood and with an alcohol wipe for your blood draw? But what do they do very frequently is they take a little dry gauze and wipe it down so that it stops, so it's dry.
Yeah.
So that they can begin their stick. The other thing I see very frequently is them fanning it so that it'll dry quicker. There's a reason you wash your hands for 20 seconds. There's also reason that when you put on alcohol-based hand rub, that you have to allow it to dry. That drying process has helped killing those infections.
Yeah.
Help killing the bacteria that's on your skin, which is the goal of you actually taking that prep and going ahead and cleaning the area. But now I've taken the prep, I've cleaned the area, but I really haven't given it a chance to get as clean as it should be before I introduce this foreign object. And any foreign object is an opportunity for you to introduce. You're going straight into the vein. So that causes bacteremia, #sepsis when it gets too far, right? So these are device-associated infections that people are not even used to the fact that when you're experiencing it, you're just like, okay, some people are closing their eyes, just get it done. I don't even want to, right? Just take what you got to take. But their process and what they're doing actually can impact, because they can actually give you an infection based on your normal skin, what we call flora is bacteria. That bacteria, every one of us has bacteria on our skin, which is the purpose of cleaning it prior to introducing something. So it's little things like that that people wouldn't even really understand if they didn't know the background to it. Same thing as if you're getting your immunization, your inoculations for the flu's coming up. People are gonna need COVID shots, RSV shots, all of these things. When you're getting those, it's the same scenario. Okay, give me your arm. I'm gonna clean, and then, or I'm gonna take that little gauze and wipe it so I can hurry up because I got 5 more people behind you that I got to get done. Well, you just kind of, I mean, you may have knocked a little bit of dust off of it or dirt off of it, but you truly did not allow it to get clean. And
I want to double down on what you just said there, because I just got this image. Remember that person, as you said, there's 5 other people behind him. That means she's getting exposed to so many different people, or he is being exposed to so many different people. And they, you don't, unless you got a laser for an eye, you can't just see infection. So that person comes in, they may look clean, they probably are, but they may have something on their skin. So if that person is not, like you said, doing that prep work for every single person that's coming in to see them and go through that procedure, because it's important. You just said, I didn't even thought about that. I just got a shot, right? And they all have the gauze and all that, but I not even realizing, yes, the alcohol has to actually sink into the
that's
skin.
to dry. Just has to
We're
dry.
talking, 20 seconds? Let it do its job.
Yeah, it just has to dry. You got to let it dry. And a lot of people don't realize that. And they also have a false conception that it's a misconception that if the person walks into my room and puts on a pair of gloves, now, okay, I'm safe but wait a minute. What I pay attention to is the fact that they just walked out of the other room across the hall and snatched their gloves off and put on a new pair of gloves. You have not sanitized your hands. Whatever was in that room, you're bringing into my room. You're bringing it to me.
Yeah.
I don't want it. I really don't want it.
So you're saying the correct procedure is, if they enter your room, that you see them, then sanitize their hands, then you see them put the gloves on, then they approach you. Is that the right way?
That is exactly it. And if their Joint Commission has a campaign that I used it so much. I mean, there's so many tools you can use out there. But we had buttons, we had little cards that we would post at the door for the patients, and it was an educational type thing, but the nurses were required to wear buttons.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to ask me if I've washed my hands. It's okay to ask me if I've cleaned my hands, because you walk in, you don't know if that person has cleaned. And I've had patients that understand the concept for many different reasons. Maybe they were in the field. Maybe they've had so many things go wrong. Like, I don't want not one other thing to go wrong with me. Can you wash your hands in front of me? Can you sanitize your hands in front of me? Because the person could tell them, oh yeah, I did that right before I walked in. And sometimes you do have alcohol-based hand rub outside of the hallway, which is the most efficient way, to be honest. Right in the hallway, right prior to entering, you should have some alcohol-based rub, so that they can begin applying and be efficient in timeliness. So by the time they get to your room, they're on the last part of that and now the gloves can go on, right? And so, but empowering the patients and the residents to speak up for themselves and ask, have you sanitized your hands if you didn't see it happen? And if you didn't, can you? And if you say you did and you still feel comfortable, can you do that again for me while you're in the room? Because I've gone through too much, or I've heard about too many things going wrong. And it would just make me feel more comfortable. And there's not a healthcare professional out there who knows what they should know, who would take offense to that.
Yeah, they want to protect themselves as well as protect you. I completely agree with that. Now you just did I think it was last week or so, you worked with another partner of yours on an event that just happened. I think it was called Ready to Lead, Survey Readiness with Confidence. I'm not sure what survey readiness is. It's a type of catalyst. There's expectations. There's all kinds of things. in these programs. Talk to us a little bit about that, if you don't mind. Just share a little tidbit about what that would help others that may be interested.
So survey readiness is, we just talked a whole lot about regulatory compliance. Survey readiness is, the survey is based on what the regulations require. However, there's a lot of times most people, and I will say most, there are a lot of facilities that it's, oh my goodness, survey is about to be here. Now let's get everything together. Now let's get all of our education. Let's put together, and it's almost like a performance, right? So when the surveyors walk in, they see what they need to see. They're doing what they need to be doing. However, survey readiness is truly a daily process. It's what I saw yesterday when I went in for my procedure, right? You should treat every day as it's a survey day. And how you go about doing that is you're taking the time, you're educating them, of course, but you're monitoring for compliance. You're taking the time to monitor to see whether or not we have any breaks in technique, and then we're addressing them on the spot. We're doing that education as it needs to be done, and we're continuing to track and trend whether or not we're improving or we're not improving. And so you use your quality tools to be able to determine which way are we going? Do we need to turn around and start over with something different, right? And that something different is because every time you put plans into place when it comes to compliance and quality, anything quality, you want to have a plan, and then you're doing it, and then you're studying it, and then, I need to act on something because something's just not right. Or you get to the point of where, no, we have corrected the problem. Now let's just make sure we sustain it, which calls for continued monitoring, because people are human. When they got one thing right and you're like on it, and you move on to the next thing, well, mentally they move on to the next thing, and people can just slowly fall back into their old habits, right? And so we want continuous good habits, the expected habits of quality at all times. So that is really accomplished by consistent monitoring, not by one person, but this is a team effort. And so understanding systems have to change. Cultures have to change. If you have a culture that is not a just culture and people don't feel comfortable reporting when they see something being done incorrectly, and there's fear and retribution and all these things, I mean, there's a way to help educate and counsel someone and hold them accountable, but do it in such a way that you've now made a difference. That nurse or that respiratory therapist or that physician is going to be a better physician for what they just learned, and that experience that they were able to come away with a positive understanding of, this is how it should be done, this is why, and this is what the expectation is. And then as a leader, you always have to hold people accountable. Once that education has been done, you've got to set the foundation, and then, there's accountability, but there's a way to do everything.
There is, and I think you're doing it right in what JAD, Infection Control Experts, does. And I'm going to, toot your horn just a little bit, because I think you're doing such a phenomenal job. You're doing everything that is needed for an entrepreneur to be successful. We're in the Black Business Network, and some of the things we need to do is teach others how to grow their brand, how to scale the business, how to do the hard and heavy work that's necessary in order to be successful. And when I first worked with you, and everybody, if anyone saw the commercial before that I just did, and I showed Miami and I showed Joy, this is this true story in which that when she came to me, she had been in business. She had been doing it for a while. And that, she had a name of her business and she had a website, that type of thing. But when I looked at it, I said, what is the business story here? What is it that you do? And if your title and your site doesn't expressly tell you what you do and why you do it, there's a disconnect there. And she said, okay, Grant, I want to work with you. Let's see what we can do. So we went through my Brave blueprint strategy. And then after that, we did, let's create some assets around that. And we did that. And she has continued on. And if you really do your research and look at what Joy does on a daily basis, she delivers her message, she delivers her brand, and other people are like, Joy, I want you to be on my stage. Joy, I want you to talk to us. Joy, I want you to be on our podcast. And she's doing this in her target audience of the people that really need to hear her message. I want you to take just a few minutes, talk about your journey with myself and how do you benefited from that?
Well, the journey with you and 5-Star BDM, I can't speak enough about it, because what it did was I had to do a lot of self-reflection, and that was where you started me off with, was what was my story and how my story shaped my purpose for my business. What is my passion? What is it that I want to do in this world? And how does that translate? And you just spoke to it is just by the name alone, that did not translate. You had no idea what my purpose was and all the things that I was doing to get everyone to be as knowledgeable about what they can do to help prevent infections, and also speak to the healthcare industry, the healthcare leaders. So I can say with 100% confidence that the investment that I made in rebranding and going with that blueprint and sticking to it and not giving up, because everything doesn't happen overnight, right? It's been enlightening in the sense that I can now speak to my brand. I can speak to what I'm doing. Not only can I speak to it, but when people meet me in the streets at different conferences, they're coming up to me and asking me, hey, I see you all the time. Can you do this for us? I see you all the time. Can you do that for us? Do you have anybody in this area that, and I'm like, well, yes, I have somebody who could take care of that. And they're like, but what's your schedule like? Because we want you. And I'm, and it's been a whole different change, because, I've always loved to speak. And speaking engagements it's a pleasure for me to do. I love engaging audiences. I love that, just the interaction and how intrigued people are, and how many people you spend almost the same time you spend on the stage, you spend the whole hour afterwards engaging with people and answering the questions that couldn't be asked in that short period of time. And imparting that knowledge, you can't just hold on to things yourself. How you grow is one of the things I think is helping others who are in the same situation or have gone through similar situations that you've gone through throughout your career. Like I said, I've been in consulting since 2007, but I was in nurse leadership and infection prevention for 24 years. And prior to that, I was in nurse leadership in different roles over 30 years. So it's just been a journey, and it's sharing that journey. I was very excited that I'm going to be speaking in Philadelphia at the NACI conference.
Yeah.
And that was, I did not expect that. I submitted my proposal and I was like, okay, I've never been to Philly.
It's
But
Pittsburgh. Remember, it's going to be in Pittsburgh.
Oh, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Oh my goodness. I haven't been there either.
I got you.
I'm adding that onto my to-do list. So, I mean, I'm excited about the opportunities that everything that we started off, it all started with a Zoom call and me asking you, saying, hey, look, it's that time. I was that do-it-yourself person, right? That's all I could do at the time. But when you do have the opportunity to invest in, being able to scale your business and understand what you're missing out on, the gaps, right? We did a SWOT analysis. So you helped me understand where my gaps were and not to sell myself short, which that I was doing.
Yeah. No, you expanded right now. It's like, I'm so proud of you that you're going to spike. Now, people may not know this, but NAHSE, we call it NACI, or it's the National Association of Health Services Executives. These are from minority and Black healthcare executives throughout the country. That a lot of them are, senior leader or senior healthcare leadership CEOs of major hospital systems throughout the U.S. And that Joy is now going to be speaking directly to. So when it comes down, like, how can I deliver my message to my target audience? It can't get any better than that. And it's all backed up, so when they look her up, as I spoke earlier this morning about search and social, and they're like, oh, Joy McMillan. Now there's another Joy McMillan who's a very famous, actress. And I was telling her, put the A in your name, just so they kind of like know the difference. But Joy A. McMillan, I'm telling you, she has done the hard work. She's done the heavy lifting. She has stood in the mirror like, okay, I see myself. I know the perception of other people have about me. And I think you went to a conference and people were going like, and you just did this whole presentation and they were like, well, what do you do again? And you were like, oh my God, they're missing the whole message. I've got to change my and a lot of times that's what it is. Your messaging is off. You're not aligned with your audience, right? And it's not like all of a sudden Joy picked up a whole new skill set. No, she just had to adjust it. I call wipe it off the window a little bit so people can see in exactly what you do. We built a beautiful website for her that she can house all her different assets onto. And then again, she's delivering her message every day, not in a way to like, hey, look at me. She's giving, just like she gave us just now, information, things that we can take and use tactfully. Here's a playbook. Here's something you can print out, put into your clinic, and have all your nursing people look at it like, well, what do I do every day? Here, Joy has already printed it out for you. And if you follow these steps, we're going to have great quality. You're going to be within regulation. You're not going to worry about survey, as you said, coming in. So we only got a few seconds here. You've got to tell us how to contact you, obviously, and look forward for everything that you're doing.
Yes. So you can contact me anytime at jadicc.com. And I'm on LinkedIn as Joy A. McMillan. And you can also follow me as Joy McMillan on Instagram. And I appreciate the opportunity being here.
Absolutely. And Joy, you have been a wonderful client for me. And I love you for that. Genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side. That was wonderful. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or you can use the Cash App that is on the screen below, and that is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2025. And they include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shiny Global, 5-Star BDM Media, Banks LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative for Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.